We have novice will be entering the ring. This is the last call for novice. If you are a novice, this is your first year showing a hog. This is your last call. This is your first call for Pee Wee Showman.
morning, guys. A really good way to get kicked off over here in the hog ring with your novice showmanship division. I think we get out here and we've got some kids that definitely have been working hard at home, and I can't believe that it's some of their first times in the ring. I think several of these, and realistically all of them, do some of those basic things that we need to in terms of keeping that hog between the judge and themselves, and at the same time, really some of them go above and beyond with some eye contact and some intensity, really working hard with these hogs out here. And so again, it's hard to pick a champion or reserve out of this particular division, but again, I'm comfortable and confident in the ones that we're going to choose, but don't get discouraged at that same time if it's not yourself today. So again, I'll have Dad there go and select your champion or reserve, but really nice job to all 5 of these exhibitors out here.
Congratulations to our novice class. We have our Pee Wee class. This is your final call, Pee Wee class. We're good. Pee Wee class is entering the ring. This is our first call for junior showman. First call, junior showman. We only have one class of Pee Wee. First call, junior showman. In the ring now is Class 1, Pee Wee Showmanship. Class 2, Junior Showmanship. This is your first call. In the ring now is Class 1, Pee Wee Showmanship. Okay, this is for all hog exhibitors. You are going to be showing to the man in the hat. You are only showing to the man in the hat. That's our judge. All hog showmen, you are showing to the judge in the hat. Attention hog exhibitors, would Class 2 junior showman please report to the holding pen? Macy?
We're good. We have every senior showman. Now he needs my. Oh, gosh. Mike!
Again, get started out here, and I think that all 7 of these kids do a really nice job, and I think it's particularly close. When we talk about champion and reserve, both of those exhibitors do an outstanding job. We'll talk about all of them out here just to recognize how hard all these exhibitors are working out here, and again, I really want to recognize those kids. When we start picking them, we'll pick them 5 up in all these showmanship divisions and do it that way. In reverse order. But again, really nice job to these kids. I want to commend them on doing a nice job before we get to talking about them. Young man over here with the horse shirt on, I think does a really nice job when he came out here in terms of just getting that barrow to drive and getting them to go for us. At times, I think he might lose focus out here just a little bit, but that's all right. He's out here having fun and getting some experience, and that's what this age division is all about. Again, nice job to that young man. The little lady here in the black and white shirt does a nice job of controlling that gilt the longer we drive, and again, I think she's kind of continued to probably focus back in and gain some ground the longer we've gone. Unfortunately, she just doesn't have quite the same fire and eye contact that a few of these young exhibitors do out here to go ahead and get into our top 5 today. But again, really nice job. Got a bright future ahead of you out here in the show ring. As we talk about getting into 5th, I think it gets a little bit closer. Ultimately, this young lady over here in the pink, I think has some pieces in terms of some eye contact, some intensity, and getting that barrow's head up and presented to us in terms of doing a really nice job. At times, that barrow just isn't wanting to drive out here for us and really present to us today, and that's why she's going to end up in 5th today. But little lady does a really nice job with that barrow there. Again, it does get close as we start talking 4 and 3, and I think that the 2 young ladies that this comes down between both have some things I'd like to fix, but again, both do some things incredibly well for this particular age group. Today, I think the young lady here in the green shirt is going to go ahead and be our 4th place today. So really good job in terms of eye contact and intensity. That gilt just gets away from her every now and then and doesn't quite want to cooperate in the right fashion in order to just present and drive to us today. But eye contact and intensity is very, very good. Young lady here in the floral shirt, really like how that lady controls that barrow. Really always on top of things, getting him to where he needs to be, heads up, driving the right way. For that young lady, we need you to have just a little bit more fire and some more eye contact compared to another pair of them out here. But of the class, I think you got the best control and best command of that barrow as we get out here and get presented to us today. It gets really close in terms of the top pair, in terms of where we want to land today. Both of them do a tremendous job, have outstanding eye contact, intensity, and still do a good job of controlling some hogs that probably outweigh them by a couple 100 pounds. Young lady there at the calico barrow is going to be reserved. I think you do a really good job in terms of that eye contact and intensity, and again, for your size, you always keep that gilt between myself and yourself. So again, really nice job there on being reserved today. Young lady with the belted barrow, you're going to be champion. Awesome. First 30 seconds, had command of that barrow, got him out here, and again, awesome eye contact. So congratulations to those exhibitors. A lot of bright futures out here in the ring today.
Congratulations to our Pee Wee showman. We have our Class 2 junior showmen entering into the ring. Our grand champion, Pee Wee showman, Aubrey Tobin. Our reserve champion, Pee Wee showman, Kenzie Tetrick. Third place Pee Wee showman, Emmy Nicholson. Fourth place Pee Wee showman, Emma Otto. Fifth place Pee Wee showman, Porter Miller. And sixth place Pee Wee showman, Daphne Stevens. Congratulations to our Pee Wee showmen. Entering the ring now is Class 2, our junior showman. Class 3, which is our second class of junior showmen. Please enter the holding pens. This is your first call. Class 3, which is our second class of junior showmen. This is your first call.
Yeah, we sent out a text.
Can the winners,
Banner.
top five in each class with a banner, please go to the backdrop without your hog. Just the kid and their banner to the backdrop for a picture without your hog. Thank you.
He did say he was going to pin them. Okay. And then keep the top three out. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Market. For showman, he's going to pin. He was telling you he would pin them and keep the top three out?
No,
That's just for...
No. He's gonna pick his top three.
He's only going to bring three back, maybe?
Said he's gonna bring his top three back out.
Okay.
It's like pin three of them, then place all the way down, bring the top.
For showmanship.
No, for quality.
Okay, what about showmanship?
Showmanship, he's gonna take.
He's just going to bring them, take them back.
He's just gonna tell him who's getting the call back.
Layla Deeds is showing sheep right now, so we might have to hold it, but we'll see.
What's that?
Layla is showing sheep right now, so we might have
Is
to
she's the only one we're holding for then?
Yeah.
And she's in class 2.
Yeah.
And that's the final class, yeah, so.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my phone on. He's texting me. He said he can hardly see me, so this is gonna work better.
Okay, perfect. So after each class, the banner winners will go to the backdrop. That's what I should say. Banner winners, please go to the backdrop for a photo after each class or each division.
Without your hog. This is just for showmanship. He said, I can hardly see you. Wave a colored paper at me, LOL. I said, I like yelling your name. I have a loud voice.
Hey, Debbie, do you think this camera has sound on it? Like all the time? What's that? Do you think it picks that up?
But it didn't see your face.
No, it hasn't. Oh, they do musical for that. I was just.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. As we get out here and start going through these classes in each division, we're going to keep a couple kids. We're going to pin them and keep them back. And then we're going to visit with some of the kids that we're going to let go and excuse for the ring. these kids were great. They didn't do anything majorly wrong. They were just out here and happened to run into a really strong heat. And congratulations to you guys. We're impressed the way you come out. You drove your pigs real well. You had good eye contact. There's just maybe not quite the intensity as well as some of the kids we decided to keep. You're doing a good job. Your pigs cooperated. You guys have done the work at home quite obviously to be out here and compete. Just ran into a really hard class today.
Entering our ring now is Class 3, our second and final class of junior showmen.
We have 3 classes? I think so. Where's the?
I'm sorry, this is our Class 3, our second class of junior showmen. This is our first call for Class 4, our third class of junior showmen. Attention hog exhibitors, you are showing to the judge in the hat. You are showing to the judge in the hat. You are showing to just one judge. All hog exhibitors, you are showing to the judge in the hat.
again, get out here in another really competitive heat. I think all of these showmen, again, it's really hard to make that cut when they're all this good. I would tell you guys, I've been fortunate enough to judge some of these deals around the country, and you guys' hog showmanship is as good as any. And I would tell you guys to really commend you parents and you guys that are teaching these kids to get them stuck, that you're doing an outstanding job. Young lady here that's not going to make the cut today, really, really good eye contact and intensity that you really picked up throughout the drive. You didn't come in and just give me that awesome first pass that the ones that we're going to keep did today, and it was just that first 15 seconds in here that probably got you cut today. But again, that's getting really, really close. Young man in the silver, I want you to pick up your posture just a little bit every now and then, and maybe not stick your elbow quite so far out there when you're driving that barrel with your whip. But I think, again, eye contact and intensity is good. Just a few little critiques there from a posture standpoint that we could fix real quick. But I think both of you guys are outstanding showmen. Certainly don't get down on yourselves for not making the cut with us today. Really, really nice job out here.
Entering the ring is Class 4, our third class of junior showmanship. Just a reminder, you are showing to the judge in the hat. Also, if you have a callback for finals, we might have a little bit of a delay for the junior finals because one of our exhibitors is in the sheep show ring right now. A reminder to showmen, please wear your numbers. Please wear your numbers into the ring so we can place you accordingly.
Again, another really competitive heat in the junior division. We're only going to keep 2 out of this one. I think maybe just a little bit more ring experience and some intensity land in their favor. The young man with the calico gilt just needs a little bit more eye contact and a little bit more fire as we get out here and really to make a pin today, but does a really nice job in terms of getting those basics accomplished. Same thing can be said for the young lady with the off-belted bar. Maybe just a little bit more eye contact, a nickel more intensity to make it back with those other ones. Young lady here in the pink does a nice job with some eye contact. I just want her to grab that gilt and make her catch another gear to get out here and really grab some ground and make up some spots on those ones that are going to get a pin today. But again, really, really like that group of showmen. Put your hands together as they exit on doing an outstanding job here this morning for us.
Thank you to all our junior exhibitors. We are on just a little hold right now while we wait for a junior exhibitor to get out of the sheep ring, but I'm going to let you know who our callbacks are for our junior exhibitors. We have Cade Wolf, Kendall Tetrick, Paisley Bardwell, Hagen Tippett, Colton Curry, Laredo Headley, Kenley Tetrick, Tucker Wolf, and Layla Deeds.
Yeah. So, Kenley, what it was? It was Kendall scratched. Sure, I'll triple check that.
We're waiting for, she's over in the sheet. Kendall scratched. You have a pen?
This is our first call for Class 5. We have not started our junior finals yet, so if you are an intermediate, just beware that we are on a little bit of a hold. Hello, hog exhibitors. We are appreciative of your patience while we wait for our junior showman who is in the final drive in the sheep class. And we will also wait for you if this is something that happens to you this year or next year or in the future. Thank you so much, junior exhibitors, for being so patient. And I will let you know when it's time to put your show face back on, okay? But right now, it's okay to relax. We are getting ready in the hog barn for our junior showmanship final drive.
Yesterday we had Ty's list he put together.
All right, hog exhibitors, we are ready to start our junior final drive in showmanship. This is your first call, intermediate, first class of intermediate hog showmanship. This is your first call.
Really, really good set of showmen out here. I think we go 9 deep. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids out here. Again, we're going to go 5 up, and he's going to talk to the ones that aren't going to quite make our top 5 today. But as I said, if we were going to pull a top 10, I would say this top 10 of showmanship out here would be as competitive as any jackpot show in the country, and just really admire and respect what these kids are doing because it's certainly impressive from my standpoint, and really, really appreciate that. I think as we talk about a top 5, it's really, really close, particularly on these 5 through 3. I think 2 of our showmen separate ourselves out just a little bit, but we had quite a bit of discussion on these 3 just because they're very similar, and yet they all do 1 or 2 things that are just a little bit different in where we want to be. We're going to start out with the young man in the orange right here is number 5, and that's not from a lack of intensity or a lack of try, because I really like where you keep that bear at. You're consistent in terms of where you keep that hog for myself, always giving me a good profile view of that bear, and yet I still like that eye contact, that intensity and fire you've got. At certain times you'll get just a little lost, and that's probably just a product of the fact that you're so consistent in that distance of that bear. At times I want you to grab him, make him grab another gear, and maybe just get in front of me just a little quicker, like some of these other exhibitors maybe have done today, and just picking their spots just a little bit differently. Young man in the pink, you're going to be 4th, and again, I think just super, super consistent. And what I can really admire about you is nothing bothers you. I've seen you get into a couple of tight spots here. Barra maybe wanted to jump up on you just a little bit. Nothing bothers you. Nothing ruffles your feathers, and I really appreciate that about you. I think one thing, just so consistent and so relaxed. At times, you're just maybe a touch too relaxed for me, and that's why you're going to end up in 4th behind some very, very intense showmen. Our first 3, I think, again, really, really good in terms of just some pace, and that's what's going to make you 3rd of those tough bottom 3. Young lady there in the purple shirt, the pace that you drive that gilt is awesome. You're the first one to hit some of those holes that we talk about, and making it just really consistent. You hit them at the right time, at the right speed, and I really appreciate just the pace that you drive that particular female. Again, really intense, just consistently good showman. As soon as these 2 young ladies hit the gate, when we walked out, we kind of just knew, not going to say we just knew they were going to win, but at the same time we kind of did, just because they were so intense, so good at working the ring with those 2 females and that black bear there. And I just think we talk about it and just kind of discussed it back and forth. There was one of them that just stuck out just a little bit more the longer we drove, and it's more of a difference in what our personal preference is of where they pick their spots. Young lady with the black bear, you're going to be reserved. I think one thing that I think we can really, really appreciate about you is you are so good at picking the times and the places to drive through that crowd of hogs and come and show me a good shot of that bear, whether it be a chest shot or a rear shot going away or getting a profile. Personal preference, at times I want you to fight for those spots just a little bit harder to maybe win today. But again, that's just a personal preference because you are so good at picking when to make your move. Young lady there in the blue, I think as soon as you hit the ring, just awesome 15-second first impression. At that same time, you're just so consistent in where you're placing that gilt. At the same time, you never get lost, never get afraid of maybe fighting to get up there in front and show us the best shot of that particular gilt. Just awesome job through both heats. So congratulations to you. Awesome work out here. Really, really fun heat to sort there.
Congratulations to our champion junior showman, Layla Deeds. Our reserve champion junior showman, Paisley Bardwell. Our 3rd place junior showman, Kinsley Tetrick. Our 4th place junior showman, Tucker Wolf. And our 5th place junior showman, Colton Curry. Please go to the backdrop. Junior showman, top 5, please go to the backdrop with your banners without your hogs. Entering the ring now, we have
Do we have all our people? Okay.
Entering the ring now, we have Class 5, which is our first class of intermediate showmanship. This is first call for Class 6, the second class of intermediate showmanship. So right now, entering the ring is Class 5, intermediate showmanship. We have 3 classes of intermediate showmanship.
Matthew, can you give me a water? Can you give me water? Do you guys want
Sorry about that. As we get out here and get into this group, really nice group of kids. I think there's a couple of them that just hit us a little harder as they first came in. We've got the kids that we're going to dismiss here. Really nice job in general. Everybody's got their pig under control, doing a good job getting the nice spots to get us a good view as they work the ring here. Just a few of those small things that maybe this group could maybe have a little more intensity as we see them out here. And as you work through it, some of them need a little more pace also and keep that pig driving just slightly quicker. It's just those small things that make such a big difference in getting kept in these heats when we got so many good showmen. So congratulations to you guys. We're going to let go. Did a nice job. You just happened to hit a group that's really solid.
Congratulations to those from Class 5 who got a call back for the final. Medley, Bratton, Landon Cedarbloom, Kaylee Eider, and Avery Layton. We have Class 6 intermediate showmanship in the holding pens at this time, and we are on a slight hold, waiting for another exhibitor to come out of the sheep show ring. We would like to thank our sponsors. Interstate Concrete and Asphalt is a title sponsor. Our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. Our award and banner sponsorship is DG&S Company. Our marketing, media, and photo sponsorship, Tailored Cattle. Our ambassador VIP tent sponsorship, Musselman Family and the Country Store. Ring A, which is today, Mormons Showtech. Our sponsor for our overall hog showman today will be K Feed Solutions. We have Idaho Forest Group in Cannon Hill to thank for our shavings and the removal of our shavings. Today we have Mountain View Meats and Dirk's Insurance sponsoring our grand champions. In the ring now, we have Class 6 of our intermediate showmanship. We need Class 7 in the holding pens. Class 7, intermediate showmanship, our final intermediate showmanship class. Please be in the holding pens. Thank you.
Another good heat out here as we get to working these into these intermediates here. And I think, again, we've got a solid group all the way through. A couple of these young ladies let those hogs just get out here and go right away and maybe just didn't want to cooperate the best right there at first. And that's why they're not going to make it back to us today, but really picked up the speed there, did a really nice job in terms of getting those basic fundamentals done the longer we drove. Young man out here in the center of the ring, really good job again with those basics of getting that barrel presented to us. I want you to just be like a nickel more intense. The longer we drive, you maybe just want to fade off just a little bit. Want you to grab that barrel and just try to get him to hit another gear for us. But again, think you do a really nice job with some of those basics we've discussed earlier in the day. So put your hands together and congratulate these kids as they exit. Got a tremendous group of showmen out here.
We have from Class 6, callback, we have Waverly Millard, Avery Deeds, and McKinley Thornton. Congratulations. We will see you in the finals. Currently, we have Class 7, the final class for intermediate showmen.
I forgot to say thank you. By tomorrow, Bree. By tomorrow. I'll have it down.
Get it.
In the ring now, we have Class 7 of Intermediate Showmanship. Following this class, we will have our Intermediate Showmanship Final Drive. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt and North Idaho Propane. We have many other sponsors, and we will thank them in the next class. Thank you so much.
Again, probably the deepest set of intermediates we've had thus far. I think several of these that aren't going to make the call back, I think all do a really nice job of driving their respective projects. Young lady with the calico colored barra there, one that I think super intense. Barra got away from you there just out of the gate a little bit to make it back with us. Young man here with the predominantly black gill, wants you just to pick up the intensity just a little bit in terms of eye contact, maybe straighten your posture just a little little bit, but fundamentals of driving that guild are incredibly good. Same thing can be said for the young lady in the florals. Fundamentals are awesome. Just a couple of things there right out of the gate that are going to get you beat today, but really, really nice job overall. Again, the young man there in the belt, basics really good. Maybe just fix where you are in relation to that bar every now and then. Get a little bit closer, tuck your elbow in just a little bit, but really, really nice job there overall. Tremendous heat there, intermediates. Put your hands together as they exit. Really looking forward to this grand drive.
We'd like to thank our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. In the ring, we now have our intermediate final drive. We have
Sorry about that. Again, I think awesome group. We decided we're going to leave 6 of them out here and talk 6 of them up because even though there's not a 6th place, I think we've got some really good showmen that are out here and representing themselves really well. And I'll just be honest, there's a young man out here that was in the hunt to win until he has come in. His coming in the gate there just didn't go quite right for him, and that's the young man in the orange. I'm going to leave him out here and talk him just because I think he is an elite showman, and if I was going to have somebody come and drive a barrel for me in the Grand Drive here later today, I'd say I'd put him on it just as quick as any of the other ones we're going to talk out here, because I think he's awesome in terms of eye contact, awesome in terms of intensity, has some really good passes and views on that particular gilt, but that rough trip out of the gate there is going to get him beat today in a really elite heat of showmen that we're going to get to talk here in a second. For 5th overall, we're going to go with the young lady right here with the off-belted gilt in the green. Really consistent. Great job of showing that gilt right out of the gate. At times, I think you get just a nickel lost as we get longer out here. I appreciate that you stay far back off me, but at times I want you to come to the front just to remind me that you're out here. Again, as we get talking about 4th overall, it's little things they're going to sort. This young man here in the yellow has done nothing wrong since he's entered the ring. I just don't think he's got some of those extras in terms of just a elite eye contact, elite intensity compared to a couple of the other ones out here, but really consistent, smooth, awesome on his transitions, always where he needs to be. Really nice job. These other 3 are tough, and I think the young man's going to be 3rd today there in the green, and I'll tell you, I think you just grew on me the longer we were out here. Really awesome in terms of your eye contact, intensity, great job of knowing where I need to be at and knowing where that barrel needs to be in relation to myself. Longer we drive, maybe again, just not quite the extra passes, not quite the extra just expertise in knowing when to pick your spots that the 2 young ladies have out here that are going to beat you today, but really nice job. These 2 are good. I mean, really good. As soon as we walked in here and as soon as these 2 young ladies hit the ring, we've got elite caliber showmen with us, and I think it's really close on where we're going to go. A couple of the little things, the longer we get out, and not that I think it's a big deal, but the young lady with the off belt maybe just wasn't quite as on point when she was far off away from me as what the young lady with the belted gilt was, and that's why she's going to end up 2nd today. But that's not saying anything necessarily that she did wrong, just maybe not quite as extra as the young lady there with the belt. Young lady, awesome job. The way you present that self in your gilt is at a championship caliber, and that's why you're going to win today. Again, awesome, incredible group of showmen all the way through 10, but really good group. Congratulations to them.
Olivia taught Waverly when she worked in California.
Wait, Kaylee was not the champion.
Yes, she was.
No, she wasn't. Kaylee was reserve.
No, Kaylee was the champion.
Kaylee was the champion.
Yes.
And then that Waverly.
Waverly was reserve, yeah.
Yeah.
Kaylee was champion, right?
No, Kaylee was reserved.
Oh.
Kaylee was
She
reserved.
was reserve. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. Okay. I got it wrong. And the way he talked it.
No,
No.
yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I had it the other way.
I had it the other way too.
No, I was.
No, I know. Okay, so it was, we're right. Yeah.
In the ring now, we have our first class of senior showmanship, and we would like to congratulate our champion intermediate showman, Waverly Millard, Our reserve champion intermediate showman, Kaylee Eider. Third place, intermediate showman, Cruz Knopp. Fourth intermediate showman, Avery Deeds. And fifth intermediate showman, Avery Layton. Congratulations, and you five with your banners, please head over to the backdrop without your hogs for a picture. Please take your banners with you. This is the first call for Class 9, the second class of senior showmanship. Thank you.
Good way to kick off our senior showmanship out here in a really deep and consistent heat. We're going to keep the four of them back that we pinned, and I think little things sort them out. We'll give a shout out to the young man in the floral shirt. Really consistently smooth job as we get out here and present that barra to us. Just a few little hiccups here and there, and I think one thing we could do to help your chances out is maybe just to pick up that pace just a little bit there in order to maybe just present that barra just a little quicker to us today. Young lady here with the speckled backed barra, you also do an outstanding job. At times I want you to pick up your eye contact just a little bit, but again, I think you do a really nice job there, and that barra is starting to wear down the longer we drive them. But again, really nice job to you guys. Congratulations as we exit. Again, really excited to get to this grand drive as we keep going through them.
Thank you to our first class to senior showmanship. Entering the ring will be our class 9, our second class of senior showmanship. Coming back to the final drive will be Caitlin Dutton, Kiana Kundal, Brody Castro, Reagan Kilman, and Sam Spraker. Entering the ring now is class 9 of senior showmanship. This is your first call for class 10 of senior showmanship. Thank you.
really good group of them again out here in probably the deepest heat and the toughest decision we had all day long. Young lady in the green, unfortunately, you fall on the wrong side of that for us today. Really good job in terms of eye contact and intensity right out of the gate. You maybe just weren't quite as commanding as another showman that we ended up keeping today, and that was the line for us today. But really, really nice job of driving that gilt. Really consistent job. And again, all four of you guys, really, really smooth. Just do the basics very well, just maybe not quite the over-the-top extra things that some of those other ones that are going to make it back to us today did. But again, really nice job, consistently deep heat. Congratulations to them as they exit.
We are holding for an exhibitor that's in the sheep ring. Eventually, we will be entering the ring as Class 10 senior showmanship. I'd like to congratulate those from Class 9 who are coming back for the final drive. Claire Kelly, Jesselyn McGarry, and Jaron Knopp. Congratulations. We are on a hold for Class 10 of senior showmanship. And I'd like to thank our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. From Class 9, I forgot to recognize McKenna Knott. She will also be returning from Class 9 for the finals. Entering in the ring now is Class 10 senior showmanship. This is your first call for Class 11 senior showmanship. Thank you.
Again, a really good group of them out here, and I think several of them do an outstanding job. They could make it with a different set of evaluators and some personal preferences that fall the other way. All four of these showmen that aren't going to make it, again, do some really, really good things. It just gets tough out here, and I think those three separated themselves in just a little bit of a different category to make it back to us today. That's taking nothing away from you guys. Again, certainly all of you do a really nice job of driving these things, and I think certainly, again, could drive one for me. So, again, we'll give them a round of applause as they exit. Outstanding group of them for sure.
We just finished Class 10 of Senior Showmanship. Call back for the final drive is Tucker Mockridge, Riley Gregg, and Adeline Kinsey. Jaden Stanford and Cade Knopp, Class 11 Senior Showmanship, is getting ready to enter the ring. Jaden Stanford and Cade Knopp, your class is ready to enter the ring.
Oh, Cade's down there.
This is our final senior showmanship class. Following this class, we will have our senior showmanship final drive.
They're here. Everyone's here. You're done.
Thank you.
another really good heat of them out here, and I think ultimately these sort just a little bit differently because we got some hogs breaking down, maybe not wanting to cooperate the best. Showmen are still doing a nice job with them. Ultimately, that's just gonna be to their detriment today. Their partners just not wanting to cooperate in what seems to be a team sport to me as we exit. But again, really consistent, good group of them that have those basics down. Really, really good job. Excited to sort this grand drive as we get our seniors back out here. Congratulate them as they exit the ring for us.
Who else made it? Who's the third person, Bree?
Third,
I have Spencer,
Spencer,
Quentin.
Elliot Keys,
Okay.
and Jaden Stanford.
Not Quentin.
Thank you to our senior showmanship exhibitors from Class 11. Their callback is Spencer Bratton, Elliot Keys, and Jaden Stanford. We will now be starting our senior showmanship final drive. In our final drive, we have Caitlin Dutton, Kiana Kundle, Sam Spraker, Reagan Kelman, Claire Kelly, McKenna Knott, Jesselyn Magerly, Jaron Knopp, Tucker Mockridge, Riley Gregg, Arlene Kenzie, Spencer Bratton, Elliot Keys, Jaden Stanford. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they enter the ring for our final drive. Thank you. Following our champion senior showman drive, we will have our overall supreme champion drive. For that, we will need Aubrey Tobin, Layla Deeds, Waverly Millard. Following our senior showmanship final drive, we will have our overall supreme champion drive. Thank you.
Really, really good set of them again, and I apologize for driving these guys just a little bit too long and longer than what I would like. I try to be efficient, but I tell you, 14 of them are really, really good and certainly do an outstanding job. Top end is really, really good, and again, like those other two divisions, there's a pair of them that came in, and I mean, just absolutely command your attention and command the ring. And we'll talk about those two in a second. Start out with the young man here in the green short sleeve shirt. You're going to be fifth for us today. Really, really good job. Something you did that I really, really appreciate is how you handled that barrel coming out of that gate. Took him in a nice little circle there for us and then closed that gate. Was awesome. I think as the drive goes on, really intense, good showman, picks your spots well. Ultimately, I think your posture and the fact that you're about 6 foot tall hurts you just a little bit compared to some of them out here. But I suffered from the same issue, so I didn't hold that against you too hard. Just really, really close out here. And you're really, really tight. Small differences will sort you fifth, but really, really nice job. Young lady there in the white shirt, you're going to be fourth for us today. Really, really consistent from start to finish. Intense, good eye contact. Knows where that gilt needs to be and the pace she needs to take her to make her last this long out here. Really appreciate that about her. At times, I want to change your spacing and your whip placement in relation to a couple of the other ones. Tiny personal preference thing in the end, but it'll end up sorting you a fourth for us. It gets tied up here, and these three all came out of the same heat, and I told them as soon as we had that heat come out here, I think I've got how we're going to end up with first through third. And again, it's taking nothing away from the young man here in the blanket back gilt, but you're going to be third today. The most consistent showman we probably had all day long. Eye contact intensity was exactly the same the entire time he was out here. Speed was really nice, just really consistent and smooth. Not the fire in his eyes, not the intensity that our two young ladies brought to the ring today, and that's why he's going to end up in third. Ultimately, these two hit the ring, and I was like, man, we're going to have a dogfight with these two, and I think it's really close. Little things and just small critiques ultimately end up sorting it. I like the pace that one of them drives, just a nickel better in the end, and ultimately, young lady in the green, you're going to be reserved today. Really nice job, and I think really, really good eye contact. Love that intensity about you. Ultimately, again, maybe just not hitting the holes quite as fast and quite as nice as the young lady with the wide belted gilt that'll be your champion. Awesome job for the birthday girl there. Does really good as soon as she hits the ring and just has awesome eye contact, awesome intensity, and as we've talked, hits those holes in the spacing that we want her to. Just really, really consistent. Congratulate these kids, and I commend you parents and you guys back in the barns that taught them how to show like this. This has been a great, great showmanship today.
We'd like to congratulate our champion senior showman, Riley Gregg, reserve champion, Adeline Kinsey, third overall, Tucker Mackridge, fourth overall, Claire Kelly, and fifth overall, senior showman, Jaron Knob. Congratulations. We will now be having our Supreme Champion Hog Showman Drive. We need Aubrey Tobin, Layla Deeds, Waverly Miller, and Riley Gregg to the ring. And following our Supreme Champion Hog Showman Drive, we will take a 15-minute break before we go into our gilt show. Our gilt show will start with the Kootenai-born breeding gilts. Thank you to our sponsors, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. We would also like to thank K-Feed Solutions for our overall showman prize today. Thank you. We're waiting for Aubrey Toman, our Pee Wee champion hog showman. Aubrey, you're wanted at the show ring. Following the Supreme Champion Hog Drive, we will ask that the top 5 senior showmen with their banners go to the backdrop, as well as our champion Supreme Overall Hog Showman. And also to let you know, we will have a 15-minute break. And when we come back from our break, we will start with the Kootenai Born Breeding Guild. Thank you.
Get out here and work through this. I know for the sound guys, but I've been impressed all day, guys. All the way through, from our peewees, our novice, all the way up through our seniors. The kids have been really incredible. Sue and I have been fortunate enough. We've done some of these national, Team Purebred, NJSA, showmanship events, and you guys could go out and compete at so many of those all across the country, and that's great to see so many of your kids, like I say, from the bottom up, that we're solid enough to be out there and compete in those classes and those divisions. And I'm so proud of getting to see these young ladies. I think in each division they could have been doing great at the exposition if they were over there in Indiana this week. As it comes down to sort these 3, they're great. They're each great in their individual heats. They're each individual divisions. Today, though, as we get to our champion, we're going to use our senior for our Supreme. Happy birthday.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion Hog Showman, Riley Gregg. Great job. Please join us at the backdrop, top 5 senior showmen with your banners. No hogs. Thank you.
Hey, in the pig barn, we need to get all our showmen for pictures over to the backdrop. If you're in the top 5 on the showmanship, we need your photos. Please move to the backdrop with your banners, please, as quick as we can so we can get this guilt show started. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to the Kootenai Classic Breeding Guild Show. We will be starting with our Kootenai bred. If you are in Class 1 of Kootenai bred, please enter or head to the holding pens. Class 1 of the breeding guilds, please head to the holding pens. And Class 2 AOB breeding guild, there is just one in that class. And Class 3 AOB breeding guild, stand by because these will go fast. There's not that many entries in these classes. So Class 1, please be in the holding pens. Class 2 and 3, this is your first call. Thank you. In the ring right now, we have our Kootenai-born breeding gilt, Class 1. We need Class 2 to the holding pen, Class 3 to the holding pen. Our Class 2 is just one gilt. So Class 3, this is your call to come to the holding pen, AOB breeding gilt. Thank you.
Good way to get kicked off here in our Kootenai County division with our guilds. And I think we certainly got three quality individuals to sort. I think it's particularly close between our top pair. Ultimately, I just think practicality favors the off-belted gilt here we're going to use. Love that gilt's turn out of the backside of her blade. Really bold in the turn to her forerib and body type. Like that one's just mass and power up high. Still carries it well as we read her at the ground. Square and flexible there in her joint work. Just a really basic, good kind of a gilt there to go ahead and win. The tricked out one here is the cheetah pig, and it's more than just her color and pattern. Tall fronted kind of a gilt that's really good up front, shaped up and creased up in terms of her shape. Like that one's big leg there as she rolls off of her rear two. Maybe one that wants to come in as she drives right at us. Not quite as genuine to the base of her chest or her forerib, and that's why she's going to go ahead and be in second today, but one that certainly has a bright future ahead of her. Again, a basic, good kind of a gilt to come in third, and I think one that is bolder in her forerib and body type than the one that's directly ahead of her. Another gilt that's got some skull there as we read her through the front third of her skeleton. She doesn't match it at the ground, though. She's a nickel frailer in the term of her ankle. Not quite as just smooth and good looking as those two directly ahead of her. Gets outside of herself a nickel as she goes away. Pulling this gilt out here in four, and I think one we can really like the skull and the character to her head and her jawline. Another gilt that's muscled up and powerful. Need to fix her out of her rear skeleton a little bit, maybe make her proportion out in terms of her height and length just a little bit better to move her on up today. There we go. The calico gilt coming out here is one that's a nickel taller fronted and more extended ahead of her blade. Moves pretty good, just not quite enough gilt there to move on up today. Needs more body and just power to go ahead and make a play up top there. Same thing can be said about the young man's calico coming out here next. Another one that's long and extended. Modifier structure and power up just a little bit to move on up today. A big bodied kind of a gilt coming out here next that's got some roll to her rib cage. Just need a modifier off either end of her skeleton to go ahead and enable her to get off bottom today, but a really nice kind of a gilt for the young lady to wind out a competitive set. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our Kootenai-born breeding gilt grand champion, shown by Emmy Nicholson, and our reserve champion Kootenai-born breeding gilt, shown by Cade Knopp. Entering the ring now is Class 2 AOB breeding gilt, and Class 3, you should be in the holding pen. Thank you to our sponsor, our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. Thank you. Down a tiny bit, Bree, I gotta make an announcement.
Okay, we've just got the one entry here in this class. Really, you get out here and study this little guy, and it's a really good, most good movement, really flexible off both ends of its structure. Got some shape really when you get back behind it. I know it's got a long ways to go, but I could see this thing maturing and going out and being really competitive for the young lady as it gets down the road.
For class 3,
Okay. All right, we are ready for Class 3 AOB breeding gilt. We are missing Riley Gay, Greg, Brody Castro. Class 3 AOB breeding gilt, your class is entering the ring. Class 4, this is your first call. These classes are going quick, not like showmanship. These are quick classes, so please be ready and be in the holding pen. Class 4, you should be coming to the holding pen now. Attention in the swine barn. These classes are going much faster today, so you need to know which class is in the ring and which one is in the holding pen. And you should be getting text messages also, and we're making these announcements. So Class 3, AOB breeding gilt, is in the show ring now. Class 4, AOB breeding gilt, you should be in the holding pens. And after Class 4, we will have our champion AOB breeding gilt. Thank you. attention in the hog barn. If you are showing a hog for someone else, you need to wear their number or they will not get paid if they place. So if you are showing a hog for someone else, you need to let the people know checking in that you're showing for a different number or trade numbers so we can keep track of who actually will get paid at the end of the show. Thank you.
challenging trio of them to sort out here, and it's not because any of them are bad. It's because they're all just completely different. Ultimately, we had some discussion and ended up liking different things, but I think with the one that we find the most just safe and complete is the young man's Yorkshire Gilt to go ahead and win. And I don't always like playing it safe, but I think in this case you can do it because she's also the best looking one. That's a tall fronted, elegant gilt that's really set high at the base of her tail. I think as we get her out here and watch her come and go, she hinges plenty loose out of her hip and her hind leg, still one that comes at you square and genuine, and doesn't get outside of herself off either end of our skeleton. She's not the widest one of the three, and ultimately I think that that's one thing we can pick a hole in her for. We need just a little bit more power in that particular female, but a nice one there to go ahead and lead off a competitive set. Young lady with the Chester Gilt, one that is wicked cool in terms of her look up front, muscled up and shapely, has some big feature there at the ground. We just need to fix her as she comes and goes. A shallower jawed gilt there that wants to roll in on her front feet. She's on the absolute edge there in terms of where I'm comfortable with her hock, but one excuse me, one that I still think motors relatively well, just need to make her more secure off either end. Young man with the Duroc, one that I think has a lot of production, things we can really like in terms of being a muscular, powerful gilt that's still good in terms of her stoutness of skull and her feature. The longer she goes, I get more critical of her blade and her knee, wants to round out of her hip just a little bit to boot, but a nice kind of a gilt there to end up in third. As we come out here in fourth, another gilt that's really just a basic design, complete kind of a female of the class. I like her build and her structural integrity. The longer we let them drive, she's just too plain and generic in her look and her shape for me today, but a nice kind of a gilt to end up there in fourth today. As we bring out the young ladies, other spot gilt here, one that's big featured and has some shape to her. Just need to make that one go better off either end, making her a little bit better there in her center part of her body, but a nice kind of a gilt. As we get down to the young man's Hereford female, one that certainly has some length and extension and some height that her blade just needs more of her in terms of body and has some extra power and dimension. Again, widen out the class for one that has some feature and some bone work underneath of her there. Just need to make her go a little bit better, add some more body to her. Put your hands together as they exit. Certainly a competitive and high quality set.
Class 3 of AOB Breeding Gilt. In first place, we have Brody Castro, and in second place, Riley Gregg, and they will be coming back for the championship. Entering in the ring now, we have Class 4 AOB Breeding Gilt. Following this class, we will have the champion drive for AOB Breeding Gilt. Following that drive will be Class 5 Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Gilt. Thank you. In the show ring right now, we have Class 4 AOB Breeding Gilt. Following this class, we will have our champion AOB Breeding Gilt class, and for that class, we will need Brody Castro, Riley Gregg. Thank you.
Well, as we get into this group, I really think there's a nice class all the way through. We choose to start with the Young Man's Duroc Guild out here in this particular drive. I really think she has the best combination of everything. She handles her skeleton really well. Her head carriage is nice. She moves so smooth. She's also a big wide-chested thing. It's got enough muscle as you get back behind her. Just a nice, complete one and a good place to start. We really appreciate the length, the skeletal design of this hog in terms of her tail head being set up there nice and how long and level she is. Attractive in that design. She gets a little bit plainer all the way through, but a really good, big, fast-growing, productive sound kind of pig. And as we get into our next hog, the lean muscle shape is incredible. You can see out here that she gets a little shorter in her hip, doesn't handle her back leg quite as good as she gets out here, and kind of just wants to swivel off of it. Just need to blow her apart a little bit back there in that rear rib cage as well. Then our spotted gilt that comes out next. Really long, good design kind of hog, level tops, high set in that tail head. Again, gets a little bit pinched back here, wants to swivel off that hind leg a little bit. Need to fill her up in that lower third. The Young Man's gilt that comes out here, really well presented, really long, good design. I like the way it gets out of its front end. It wants to swivel again off that hip a little bit. Gets a little bit shorter hip and rounded back there in that tail head. A pig, though, that gets out, wide chest. You like the shape to its ribs. A lot of muscle. Just a really nice pig for us to slide down there in that bottom end, though.
Class 4 AOB Breeding Gilt, we are calling back Dallas Headley with his Duroc and Dallas Headley with his Chester. We are now heading into the champion AOB Breeding Gilt class. Class 5 Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Gilts. Please be in the holding pens. Class 6, this is your first call. Class 5 Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Gilts, please head to the holding pens. Class 6, this is your first call. Thank you.
Really nice set of AOB gilts, that we've been able to drive, and the top end's been incredibly good. And I think, yet still, there's one that comes in here, and that first 30 seconds for me, I usually have my mind made up. And I think one that comes in here with that kind of neck set, head carriage, and just wild and out there look professionally, especially for a red one at this stage of the game. Young Man's Big Gilt out of the last class will be your champion. Congratulations to that man. Again, we bring that second place one out here, and I think certainly doesn't take off from the quality one we talked in class, that we really like that design to that top of that one skeleton. Still one that's really impressive in terms of feature and just sheer width. We think that's the second best one. She'll be your reserve champion.
We are missing Samantha Smith. Samantha Smith, your class is in the holding pens, ready to enter the ring. Class 6, this is your second call. And congratulations to Dallas Headley, champion AOB Breeding Gilt, as well as reserve champion AOB Breeding Gilt. Great job. Class 5, this is your class going into the ring. Class 6, please come to the holding pens.
Really good set of lightweights as we get into the cross-spread show, and I think one that wins, comes in and hits you like a 12-pound sledgehammer. Awesome in terms of her skull and her bone work. Big forearm working in that gal. Really good in terms of hinging a loose hip and hind leg. Love that one's proportions and just power that she brings to us. We could clean her up in her hock joint just a little bit, but getting critical on one that's still really good. The young man that's going to be second does so with one that's really tall-fronted, elegant, and elevated in terms of her look. One that we could just power up a little bit in relation to our class winner, maybe make a nickel square coming and going, but a really nice gilt to end up in second. The target back gilt that's going to be third today, same story as the one directly ahead of her, one we really like, the elegant, elevated look she comes to us with. Just need more hog there in terms of sheer power and dimension to move her on up today. Young lady that's going to wind out our class does so with one that is more powerful and dimensional, just not good enough in terms of her skeleton to move up for us today. Need to make her more flexible off both ends, but a really powerful, stout-featured kind of a gilt to wind out a good class. Congratulations to them.
Coming back from our Class 5 will be first place, Easton Zerback, and second place, Carson Ostrander. We have in the holding pens ready to enter the ring now, Class 6. We need Dallas Headley and Colby Moyse. Class 7, please head to the holding pens. Your class is next. Class 6 is ready to go in the ring. Thank you.
Again, really good set of 4 of them out here, and I think ultimately it gets really close, I think, between a pair of them. But again, just first impressions, this young man comes in here, and that gilt is just so elegant in terms of her look. Tall-fronted, wild ahead of her blade, and yet still set so high at the base of her tail. What I think is truly unique about that gilt from a breeding perspective is for one that's that tall-fronted and good in the shape to her skull and jaw, she still stays laid back in the set to her blade and her knee, doesn't get too soft in terms of her pasture and set without sacrificing some power. The gilt, I think, has a ton of future. Comes in here in the calico gilt, one that I love, her skull and her head shape, big old feature in that gilt, and still loose out of her hip and her rear leg, one that's so bold and cracked open in the shape to her rib, naturally powerful. I just think one that gets a nickel straight in the set to her blade for us today, maybe one that's just not quite as out there in terms of her look, but really, really bright future ahead for that one. The gilt that's third is certainly not a bad hog, just runs into 2 really good powerhouses there ahead of her. A gilt that's cracked open in her shape and in her body type, still offers us a proportional look from the side, maybe gets a bit outside of herself going away, but a nice kind of a gilt there. Again, we wind out the class with a shapely, powerful, fresh one that's still got a nice shape to her skull and her jaw. Again, maybe just modify her in terms of her body type and her build just a little bit, but a nice kind of a gilt to wind out a competitive set of them there. Put your hands together as they exit the ring.
That was Class 6 Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Gilt. First place was Dallas Headley. Second place, Kenley Tetrick. We now have Class 7 loaded. Everyone is here. Class 8, please head to the holding pens. Class 8, please head to the holding pens. And please remember that if you have 2 pigs entered in the class, we need to know what pig you're showing and what number someone else is showing your pig so we can keep the placing straight. Thank you.
Again, we can bring that calico gilt back out there and forth. I think these three of them here get pretty tight, but there's no question which one needs to win. The young lady here in the red, in terms of just skeletal correctness and design, is easily the ticket to use. I mean, one that hinges the loosest off both ends. She's genuine and square in terms of her width. Really good look to that gilt here from the side, and yet still doesn't sacrifice too much in terms of raw power or mass to go ahead and win. Really good place to start off with. We debated and discussed these three here pretty heavily, and I think that there's differences in some sort. The one that just hit me the hardest when she hit into the ring is the young lady here in the pink vest to be second. I think one that's really stout-skulled, massive and bold in terms of her body type, big, shaped up high, and I still like the way she ties in there into her hip and stays set high at the base of her tail. We need to fix that one's rear leg. She's got some swelling on her left hind leg and just isn't quite coordinated enough off those two for us to go ahead and use her today. Young man's gilt here, the other off-belted gilt that's going to be in third. A tall-fronted one that's attractive through the front third of her skeleton, good in the shape to her, good in her shape up high and expressive. I think that the longer she goes, her problems again become pretty evident. She's too upright in her blade, just not coordinated enough there off her hind two as well to go ahead and make a play up top. Young man's calico here as we come in. I think one in a market setting might be one we could move up a spot or two. Massive in terms of her shape and body type, huge featured. Again, just one that we read is too quick, not quite proportional enough in terms of her look. Need to modify her skeleton, but love her mass, her feature, and her power. Young lady brings one that's totally different out here in fifth. Tall-fronted, good-looking one that certainly has a nice look through that front third. Good in terms of her body type. Her problems in the rear third of her skeleton. She hocks in, rounds out of her hip. Is just too tight structured there out of her hock to push on up any higher today. Young man's black gilt coming out. One that's good in terms of her shape. Opens up with plenty of width. Again, we just need to modify her skeleton a little bit. Make her more coordinated. Maybe make her a little more attractive up there through the front one third of her skeleton. Bring out the next off-belted gilt. Again, one that's long and extended. Like the expression she has up high. Modifier there. She's too narrow through her chest, too straight in the set to her blade to move up for us. Same story with the young lady's off-belted gilt that winds out a good class. One that's good in terms of her expression and length of body. Just one that's too plain and generic in terms of her look. Could modify her skeleton just a little bit as well. But a really nice set. Put your hands together as those exhibitors exit.
That was Class 7 of our Prospect Division. First place was Jesselyn Magerly, and second place, Reagan Kilman. Entering the ring now is Class 8 of our Prospect Division. Following this class, we will have our champion Prospect Division, and we will need our first and second place from Class 5, 6, 7, and 8. That would be Easton Zerbeck, Carson Ostrander, Dallas Headley, Kenley Tetrick, Jesselyn Magerly, and Reagan Kilman. Following this Class 8, we will have our champion Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Gilt. And we would like to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. Thank you. We have Class 8 in the ring now. Following Class 8, we will have our champion prospect division. We need first and second place from Class 5, 6, and 7. Easton Zerback, Carson Ostrander, Dallas Headley, Kenley Tetrick, Jesselyn Maggerly, and Reagan Kilman. Please be at the holding pens for the final drive of the Champion Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Gilt. Following that final drive, we will start our Progress Division Crossbred Breeding Gilt, which is Class 9. Thank you.
Really good pair of them here at the top end, and I think we ended up pinning these two gilts up. Didn't want to wear them out, and we just thought as soon as they hit the ring, skeleton was in their favor. Width and proportions and balance just certainly hit there. And between those two, when they drive right at me, is where this belted gilt has the edge. Broad and square through her chest, big and stout out through her hip and her stifle, like that one's rib cage, and just the kind of power that she brings to the table. I think between the pair of them, that one's proportionality, her height to length, and the way that it just all balances runs in that one's favor for the long term. I think there's a few things structurally that may favor the belted or the blue-backed gilt here in second. I like how fluid she is out of her hip and her hind leg. I like how square she is, hocked down, but ultimately I just don't know if she's quite as much hog there in terms of genuine width and skeletal just width and mass as we study that one at the ground and as she leaves us. But still still really nice looking, good bodied, sound structured kind of a gilt that we thought was really, really nice to go ahead and be in second. Young ladies gilt here in third, one that's stout skulled and massive, the biggest legged one of the entire group that's still grooved up in terms of shape. Need to fix her hock and her rear skeleton to allow her to compete with those two ahead of her. Young man that winds up in fourth, again, one that's really good and tall at the point of her blade, attractive that point forward and creased up in her back shape, one that just doesn't move good enough the longer she goes, gets outside of herself going away, too straight in the angle to her blade. As we bring out the young ladies, Harry Gilt here to go ahead and be in fifth, one that we can like from a density, a skull, and feature standpoint, bold-ribbed, massive gilt, same story as a lot of them in this class, cool parts that just don't quite go good enough. She's too outside of herself in her hind leg, too straight in the set to her blade. As we bring out the gilt that's going to be in sixth today, I think one that we can like, the stoutness of skull, the feature that she's got, and yet still she can offer a proportional look. Too flat on her front feet, though, and again gets outside of herself as she goes away. But again, nice pieces there, to certainly some room to breed around. Good-looking gilt, heads-up gilt that comes out here in next. Tall-fronted, kind of a hog that's set high at the base of her tail. One that we just really need to square up going away. Add some body and some substance to that one to go ahead and compete. Nice kind of a structured, good-looking gilt that comes out next. One that we really like from this view right here. Heads up, nice design, kind of a hog, just not enough gilt there. She's too flat in her, shallow in her jaw, too narrow through the base of her chest, and too flat in her rib cage. A massive gilt that comes out here next. Big featured gilt that's bold in her rib cage and powerful in terms of body type. Just need to square her up and allow her to go with more flex and comfort. Really, really good class, deep all the way through.
That was Class 8 of our prospect division. In first was Kyle Odell, and in second, Tucker Mockridge. We are waiting for Carson Ostrander to head to the holding pens for the final drive for Champion Prospect Division. We will be placing Champion through 5th place in this division. And Class 9 Progress Division should be coming to the holding pens. Thank you.
really competitive division as we get out here and sort our first division across spreads. All four classes brought some quality and some different things to the table. Wanted to drive them for just a second here to confirm which way we're going to go. But if you couldn't tell from how we liked that last class, the last class winner is going to be your champion. Probably gets just a nickel closest out here for reserve, but as we just start studying them as they come to us today and just where they are in terms of their maturity pattern, how much mass and things they have on them, we like that second place gilt the second best. Nice job. Again, really, really competitive division drive, and I think it gets even more competitive for third and fourth. From here on out, we'll just go shake hands, but just to tell you what we're seeing, it comes down between our two bigger hogs out here. We love the skull and the proportions of this gilt over here that the young man in the black's driving. I think one that's just really, really cool in that regard. Front end skeleton is just a nickel better, and the set to her blade and her knee and the slope to that front end. Young lady's gilt here, one that we think opens up just a little bolder and square in terms of her forerib and the shape down her back. One that's just a little bit stouter and wider there through her chest and out through her hip and her stifle. It's close for us. We'll go show you the order we like them in, but again, congratulate these kids. Super competitive division here in our first set of crosses.
we'd like to congratulate our champion Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Guild, Kyle Odell. Our reserve champion Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Guild, Tucker Mockridge. Third overall Prospect Division Crossbred Breeding Guild, Dallas Headley. Fourth, Jesselyn Meggerly. And fifth, Kenley Tetrick. Congratulations. We are now rolling into Class 9, our Progress Division Crossbred Breeding Guild. First call for Class 10 of the Progress Crossbred Breeding Guild Division. Class 9 is going in the ring. Class 10, this is your first call to head to the holding pens. Thank you. In the ring now, we have Class 9. Class 10, you should be in the holding pens, and we are missing Kenzie Tetrick. Class 9 is in the ring, and we need Kenzie Tetrick from Class 10. Class 11, this is your first call. Thank you.
Really competitive class over here in the hog ring, and I think we got it goes 4 deep. The young man can bring that 4th place gilt on out. We often decide with the young lady here in the gold to win, and I wanted to drive this gilt just a nickel longer to see how that hind leg held up. Got a bad view of it right as she came out of the gate. Wanted to pop that left rear leg just outside of herself too far for me. The longer we've drive, we collected ourselves just a little bit. Like that one's look, her proportionality here from the side. Great body type, bold, opened up there in terms of her cage, really wide and powerful as we go away. Bright future here for this black-headed gilt that comes out in second. Tall-fronted, good-looking one that's big and shaggy there in her rear leg. Like that one's width and power. Not quite as ready to go in terms of her body type. Doesn't have the same kind of bark on her, the one that's going to go ahead and win. Excuse me. The one that's hard for me as a breeder and the one I like for the future in terms of breeding around is the young man's gilt that comes here in third. Massive in terms of her skull size, forearm, and just feature is so good. The best in terms of where her rear leg sits within her skeleton. The problem for me is on the other end of her skeleton again. One that's a nickel too straight and the set to her blade just too short and compact when compared to those other show gilts out here. But one that I just would love to have to breed around there at home. The target belted gilt here that comes out in fourth, one that has some really cool pieces. A proportional one that's certainly wide and opened up. Love her body type. As we read her from here, she's too short out of her hip. Her hind leg causes her to break down there and just isn't quite long enough and level enough there out of her hip to go ahead and win, or go ahead and move up today, but a nice kind of a hog. Just a basic no holes kind of a gilt coming out here in fifth. Tall fronted, muscular kind of a hog that's certainly square and flexible enough off both ends. I just read her as too generic in terms of her look, not quite as out there in terms of her pieces as those ones ahead of her. Same story here for the young man coming out next. A good bodied, heads up kind of a gilt. As she comes right at you, she wants to toe in and curl in on those front feet, push out there in terms of her hock, but a nice kind of a gilt that certainly has the basics of body and power. Bringing out this gilt in next, can really like the kind of look this gilt gives you from the side. One that's tall fronted and heads up, plenty loose in her skeleton. She's a nickel rigid on her pasterns. She's too narrow through her chest as she drives right at you. Man coming out here with the black-headed gilt, one that's bold and opened up, has muscle and power for days, but just isn't good enough in terms of her build or body type for us today. Same story for the young man here coming out next. One that certainly heads up and good looking. Need to modify her skeleton and offer more hog there to really go ahead and move up today. But a nice set of them. Put your hands together as they exit.
congratulations in Class 9, our class winner, Kiana Kundal, and in second place, Riley Gregg. Heading into the ring now is Class 10 of our Progress Division. A reminder that we have a silent auction ending at 5 o'clock today. Some of those items will end today at 5 o'clock, and some will end tomorrow, but the silent auction ends today at 5. Please place a great bid to support a wonderful man who brings us the Sullivan Livestock Trailer every year to our show. Class 11, please make your way to the holding pens. Class 11, please make your way to the holding pens.
another good set of them as we work into this second division of crossbreds. And I think this top pair is close, but not for us because structure and skeleton all lean towards the Calico Gill. Watch her come and go, and she's the squarest and truest as she drives at you and as she leaves you. The longer the drive wears on, she still hinges loose and comfortable off both ends, like that gilt's body type and just power. If we could fix her, I'd tweak her there in her ham loin and just pick her up at her blade there, make her a little taller fronted, but certainly a nice kind of a hog there to win this class. The gilt in second is tricked out and cool from the side. Love that one in terms of how her neck comes so high out of the top side of her blade. Love her head shape and her skull there as we study her. Jet level out through her hip. Still one that just gives us an awesome look with a big rear leg. For one that I want to make bolder and still a little stouter, I need her to move better off either end of her skeleton to allow her to win today. The gilt coming in third is again one that's really got some big time breeding pieces. Stout skulled, big four-armed hog that's certainly just massive in terms of feature and body type. Love that gilt's just sheer width of skeleton and spread. As we get around behind her, she pushes her hock outside of her framework, just not quite as flexible as we read him and get him going. Gilt here and coming in fourth, one that is good in terms of her look up front, one that's fresh and shapely there down her back, one that's slightly square in her hock, but she still wants to plant those rear legs outside of herself, not quite as smooth in her transition there through her neck into her short rib and shoulder. The gilt coming out next, the cheetah gilt, is one that's certainly tall fronted and extended, just too generic in her look and shape for us today, but certainly a basic practical kind of a gilt. One that does have some neater pieces coming out next, one that's fresh shaped, stout skulled, but one we just need to make more flexible off either end, intensify in her foot and her bone work. The gilt coming out next, again one that's tall and up-headed, neat look up front there with a fresh back shape, one that just isn't flexible enough or quite fresh enough in terms of body for us today, but a nice set of them. Congratulate those exhibitors as they exit.
Congratulations to our Class 10 winner, Palin Miller. Second place, Spencer Bratton. Entering the ring, we have Class 11 of our Progress Division, Crossbred Breeding Gilt. This is your first call, Class 12, for Progress Division, Crossbred Breeding Gilt. And following Class 12, we will have our Champion Division. Entering the ring now, Class 11. And once again, a reminder, go and bid on that silent auction. Thank you.
Again, get out here, and it's certainly a challenging group to sort through. It's really deep all the way through, and I'll tell you, I think just structurally, we have the most sort of this entire set from where we like to land and be. And just to be perfectly honest, the gilt that we're going to use is still a bit too far outside of herself for what we'd like to see, but I think one that comes to the top in terms of mobility, and yet still one that's bold in her cage, powerful up high, and stout from behind, still does it with a proportional kind of a look to her. The gilt I like in terms of just breeding value and looking into the future is this cheetah gilt right here. And I'll be the first to admit I think her color pattern is ugly, but at the same time she's tall, up-fronted, and really good in terms of her look, blade forward, fresh in terms of her shape, and she is the best structured one of the group. What gets her beat is she's too flat in the turn to her forerib, not quite enough body shape in that one for this judge. The gilt here with the paint and twine in her legs is one that we like in terms of her proportionality and her body type. Again, a gilt that's fresh in her shape. She starts to break down, and she comes in there at her knee and through the base of her chest. She's just too frail in terms of her front feature there, and again, one that just gets tighter the longer the drive wears on. The gilt coming out here in next, one that I liked when she hit the ring, said questions on her structurally, and that's why we let her drive, and she just started to break down on us the longer she went. But a really good job of sticking one that maybe wasn't the most athletic. As we get out here with the blue gilt, one that we think's productive and practical in her body type. She's too straight up there up front for us. Not quite enough power and bulk in that girl to go ahead and move her up today. Young man in the orange coming out next here. Stout skulled, burly featured, one that's bold in her rib cage. I think she's got some mobility in terms of flex from the side. Again, outside of herself there as we go away. Just not quite as out there in terms of her look. A gilt here that has some intriguing parts and pieces coming out next. Like her head of her blade, like her fresh shape and her body type. But she gets outside of herself again off her rear leg. Not as smooth in her transitions in her ham loin or there from her blade into her neck in her forerib. As we talk about the gilt coming out next, one that is bold and deep in her body type, have some questions in terms of structure, and again, a gilt we just wish you could peel back in terms of fat cover a little bit. Young lady coming out here next, one stout skulled and dense featured, flexible rear leg, too narrow through her chest and too plain in her look for us, but a nice kind of a gilt to wind out a competitive set.
Class 11, we have first place, Reagan Kilman. In second place, Lane Magerly. In the ring now, we have class 12. Following class 12, we will have our Progress Division Championship. So we will need Kiana Kundal, Riley Gregg, Palin Miller, Spencer Bratton, Reagan Kilman, and Lane Magerly back to the holding pens for the champion Progress Division. Following that, we will have our overall champion crossbred breeding gilt. So if you were a champion or reserve champion gilt today, you will need be back to the pens for our overall championship following the Progress Championship today. Thank you.
Good set of them over here again to wind out our gilt show. And I think as we start to break some of these girls down, I think it just becomes apparent the one we need to start. The young lady in the blue has one that's really good and proportional in terms of her look here from the side. Like that one's mobility and structure, a good deal. Still one that opens up with the right kind of width and power that we like. The young man here in the blue shirt as well drives a practical kind of a gilt that's bolder in the turn to her rib cage and softer in her flank. Like that one again from a flexibility and comfort level standpoint. Still one that's plenty good in terms of her look. I just wish we could make that one just balance up just a little bit better there in her ham loin. The longer she drives, she wants to wear down there just a bit. The blue gilt here coming out in third. One that is stronger there in her top line. Like that one's height, the blade, and just length as we get her here from the side. An extremely proportional kind of a gilt that we can get on top of her. And sometimes blues are a little bit hard to read in terms of just width. I don't think that one's genuinely wide enough or powerful enough in relation to those two ahead of her. Young man here coming in fourth does have one that comes with some more width and some more substance. But again, the longer the drive wears on, I just don't think there's enough there in terms of body type. Young lady here in the pink shirt, one that's stout-skulled and dense featured. Need to fix that one. Her angle's off either end in order to move her on up today. Young man in the orange that winds out our last class here, a stout-skulled, good-moving kind of a gilt. Again, one that's just too plain and generic in her look and shape for us today, but a really nice competitive set of hogs.
Congratulations, Class 12, first place, Waverly Millard, and second place, Waverly Millard. We will now be going into our final drive for the Progress Division Crossbred Breeding Guild. Following this final drive, we need Grand in Reserve from Kootenai Bred to the holding pen. We also need the top 5 banner-winning gilts to the holding pen for the final drive today. Thank you.
really good set of them and really competitive here in our big guilds. And I think, we had some disagreements in things going in there, but we were really happy and comfortable with the ones we landed on out here, and really like the ones that came to the top for us today to kind of tell you what we're thinking. I think it comes down, taking nothing away from the young ladies' calico, but for us it comes down between the three belts out here for different reasons. The young ladies lightweight, super proportional in her look, good in her body type, and I think the longer she goes, the more I am accepting and comfortable in terms of her build. As we talked in class, I thought she wanted to pop that hawk right when she came out of the gate. The longer she drives, the more I think she's pretty good and comfortable in terms of her rear step. Like that one a good deal just in terms of her proportions. And for her size, she's one of the more massive ones out here in terms of just body type and power. As we talk about the young lady here in the pink vest, one that we really like just in terms of a width, stoutness of skull, arm, and feature standpoint, one we like in terms of body type. I wish I could just square up her rear leg and lengthen her hip out there just a little bit, but a nice kind of a hug there to go ahead and be in contention for us today. The one that we think is just really practical and productive is the young ladies out of the last class. A heads up, tall front, and kind of a gill that's certainly flexible and confident in terms of her step. The question mark for us is there just enough genuine power in that girl to go ahead and use her. Her age and her weight allows her to have some more bark on her and some width, but width that isn't quite as genuine as these other two that are in contention for us. Ultimately, we discussed it, and we land, and we actually like the lightweight to go ahead and be your champion today. We'll talk here from reserve and then just go ahead and start picking them. Again, as we talked there, those three guilds were real close for us, all for different types and kinds. For us, and these two showed judges, what we like is the young lady's heavyweight second best. She'll be reserved today.
We need the Kootenai bred reserve grand champion. Kootenai bred reserve grand champion, please come to the holding pens. Congratulations to our champion Progress Division Crossbred Breeding Guild, shown by Kiana Kundal. Our reserve champion, shown by Waverly Millard. Third overall, Reagan Kilman. Fourth overall, Riley Gregg. And fifth overall, Lane Maggerly. We need third, fourth, and fifth from the crossbred breeding gilts for the final drive. So if you received a banner in the crossbred breeding gilt show today, first through fifth place, you need to be at the holding pens for our champion crossbred breeding gilt overall final drive. And we will take a 15-minute break before our market show starts. After this final drive of the crossbred breeding gilts, we will take a 15-minute break before the market hog show starts. Thank you.
Really good gilt show, and I think these exhibitors deserve a round of applause. Awesome job out here, and I think we've got 4 representatives that certainly represent the type and kind that we like to raise and we like to show at one point. And I think that these exhibitors have done an outstanding job at home and getting these things presented to us today. An incredibly deep show, and I know we've got the market hogs yet to go, but you guys in the back, breeders and guys that have been fitting and feeding on these things, deserve a round of applause for what you guys have done as well. As we talk about where we're going to go for champion, I think it comes down between a few of them because I think they're all that good. I mean, ones that certainly represent some quality and kinds, but one that really came out of a deep division. And for how long this one's had to drive, I'm very confident that she's sound. The young lady's crossbred gilt out of the heavyweights is going to be your champion.
Well, as we get in here for our reserve, I think it gets real close, and we were having discussions back and forth which way we like them. And just to talk real general, I've had a great time today, getting through these gilts. We got the marker hogs to get through yet. Look forward to it. And Eric and I don't always agree. We kind of come back and forth and work it out and figure out which one's going to get their way at that point. And it's been a good day, guys. Congratulations to everybody. It's brought them up to us and shown they've been a good job. I'll go ahead and select our reserve.
All of the exhibitors, the hog exhibitors, please head to the backdrop. Let's get those pictures taken. And just a reminder that our silent auction is going on over here for the Kootenai benefit. If you guys didn't get a chance to go browse those items, take a look, write your names down, and there's lots of good buys over there. A lot of people investing in that. Congratulations to our gilt winners. And we're going to take a 15-minute break for photos. We'll be back here for that market hog show. Let's get geared up.
Well, welcome back from our break. That was an incredible guilt show. Thank you for all the exhibitors who showed up for our guilt show today. We now are going to go into our market show. So this is the first call for Kootenai County Born Market Hog. We have one class. So during that class, the champion and reserve will be picked. First call for Kootenai County Born Market Hog. Please come to the holding pens. And also a reminder to go over to our raffle that closes at 5 today. And it is in support of a great cause, supporting a family who is always here supporting us at our shows. Thank you. Pfeiffer, I need to turn the music down. Oh. All right, coming into the ring, we have Class 1 of our Kootenai County Born Market Hogs. We will be picking the champion and reserve champion in this class. Class 2 of Market Hogs will be one class of AOB. And we will, so Class 2 AOB, this is your first call. Class 2 AOB, this is your first call. Thank you.
good set of them out here in our county division, and I think ultimately I'm fairly confident starting with the off-belted bar here directly in front of me. A stout skull, big featured one that still hinges the loosest in terms of his skeleton, one that's still got a fresh and expressive topside shape and spread. Wish I could crack him open through the base of his chest and in his forerib just a little bit. That's getting critical on what I think is just the highest quality bear out here. The other off-belted gilt that comes in second, one that is wider chested and bolder in the turn to her forerib, one that I just wish we could make a little bit neater about her head and her crest in order to move her on up today. Maybe not quite as just striking there in terms of our class winner, but a nice one to wind up in second. The belted bear is going to be third today, and I think just a basic, practical kind of a bear. I think if we could intensify him in terms of feature, we could have one we could really get excited about, because I love that guy's proportionality and his look and proportions there from the side. Still opens up good through his chest, and his body type, shape up high is good. Just needs more bone and feature down low. The calico pig here's again one that we talked there in the gilt show. Really cool and tricked out in her look. Really expressive up high. Need a modifier there at the ground. Rolls in on her front feet, rounds out of her hip just a little bit. Crack her open in her forerib there to compete with those three ahead of her. Bringing out another heavy muscled one here in fifth, and one that's big topped and thick ended. Still a stout skulled kind of a bear. Just make that one go just a little bit better. Lengthen them out and offer just a little bit neater look for us today. The black bear coming out here in next is one that's a nickel more proportional in terms of his design. A bear that's still got muscle and shape. To me, he's a little bit too waisty through his lower 1/3 for this stage of the game. Make him go just a little bit better off either end there in order to move him on up. Another muscular, product-driven kind of a bear coming next. Same story as the one ahead of him. Allow him to go and just give him a little neater look. Young lady brings us a long extended target back bear here, one that's tall fronted and neat looking, stout skulled and heavy featured. Just need to widen that one up in terms of his forerib and muscle shape up high. Bringing out a calico bear here that I think is one that's a little softer in his body type, plenty flexible, just needs neater pieces to look at there. Young lady brings us out another nice project to wind out the county division. A good bodied, wide constructed kind of a bear. Needs to be neater in his shape and his look to truly compete out here, but commend her on doing a really nice job as they exit.
Congratulations to our champion, Kootenai County-born market hog, Landon Cedarbloom, and our reserve champion, Kootenai County-born market hog, Emmy Nicholson. Congratulations. We will now go into Class 2. Our AOB market hog, and in this class, we will place the champion, reserve champion, and third place. We are missing Sam Spraker for this class, Class 2 AOB Market Hog. This is your second call, Class 3, Prospect Division Crossbred Market Hog. Class 3, this is your second call to the holding pens. Thank you.
get out here in our AOB division. I think it's close. Good competitive set of them, but the Berkshire Bear here, the young lady in the blue, just comes out and commands your attention in terms of being a long level design kind of a bear. Plenty flexible in his joint work. Still like that one's body type and his raw muscle shape up high. Plenty good, especially for a breed hog. And then as we get him there from the profile, one that's just a little leveler out of his hip. As we get this bear here from the side, I like his skull. I like his shape there to his forearm and just his feature down low. Read him up high. He's still expressive. Maybe the longer we get him out here, wants to round out of his hip and get outside of himself if they're going away. Young lady's Duroc bear here. One that comes in next is just a productive, practical kind of a bear. Cracked open in his full rib, one we like from a muscle shape and power standpoint. Need to fix him and make him more flexible there on his rear two, and just gets a little plainer and coarser there about his front 1/3. Young man's back here coming in next is one that's a nickel longer and leveler out through his hip. Like his feature, just not as much power and raw muscle shape in that guy. Young lady's spot here that's going to end up coming in next. One that's big featured, and yet still has some length and extension about him. Just not enough hog there in terms of body. Too straight and restricted off either end. The red gilt that winds out our class. One that's brighter days are ahead of her. Still plenty flexible gilt that's got some expression. Just need to have more hog there again to really compete. Nice set of them there in the AOB class.
Congratulations to our AOB Market Hog Champion, shown by Waverly Millard. Our Reserve Champion AOB Market Hog, shown by Spencer Bratton. And our third overall Champion AOB Market Hog, shown by Caitlin Dutton. Congratulations. Please go to the backdrop without your hogs to have a photo taken. Class 3 is our beginning prospect class. It is our first prospect class of the day for market hogs. Class 3 is now entering the ring. Class 4, this is your first call. Class 4, this is your first call. And thank you to our sponsors, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. Also thank you to Idaho Forest Group and Cannon Hill for providing the shavings and removal. Thank you.
really nice way to get started off in our crossbred show here. And I think we've got 3 of them at the top end that I think are incredibly good. And realistically, we go 4 or 5 deep in this set. But from the moment he hit the ring, this speckled belt boar here, I think comes out and just captivates your attention. That is a mean mug and a big forearm like his rear foot and his ankle, yet still one that opens up with mass and power with the right kind of proportionality and look. Highly presented bear there to go ahead and win. The boar here coming in second does so with one that's, again, really proportional. I think this guy's just got a world of future in terms of look and extension there from the side. Awesome in terms of his design. Still a bear that has plenty of feature and muscle shape to him. Like that bear, just a good deal in terms of his basic build and his look and his feature. The bear here in next, the black socked bear there, is one that I think is wild in terms of his look up front. Elevated and yet still one that's massive in terms of his shape. I get critical on this guy's structure. Wants to pigeon in up front, get a nickel two straight there in the set to his blade, but a really nice kind of a bear. It's got a ton of product and a really cool look. The blue bear here is one that's just awesome in terms of his color pattern and his presentation. Young lady's done a nice job for us all day. Big featured kind of a bear, good in terms of his shape and design. I just question that one's just lateness and maturity. He's a nickel too quick and coarse for me, but a nice kind of a bear that comes to us today in a nice package. Young lady bringing out the black bear here next is one that's tall fronted, long and extended, heavy muscled kind of a bear. Again, fix that one skeleton up front, make him just a little better in terms of his body type to allow him to move up today. Big time pieces in this guy coming next. One that I think is awesome in terms of his skull, feature, and forearm. Big rear leg. I'm just not sure of how he's going to mature and move the longer he goes out here. He's a little too coarse in his joints, straight in terms of his blade for me, but a nice bear there in terms of pieces. Target back bear coming next is one that's certainly bold and deep in terms of his body type, represents an easy feeding kind of a look, like his muscle, like his shape. Again, just gets too far outside of himself for me. A bear that could use some more intensity to his feature there in order to go ahead and move him up. The speckled back bear coming next is a tall fronted one that certainly got some muscularity to him. Again, just make that bear a little longer and leveler out through his hip, allow him to flex and reach with some more comfort. He could move on up. Bear coming here in next is a tall fronted, good shaped one that certainly got a good look about him. Again, fix his skeleton, maybe just make him a little more practical about his body type there to go ahead and sort him up any higher today. But a really nice set of them there. Certainly represents some quality.
Nice job.
Congratulations to our Class 3, first in class for our crossbred market hog prospect division is Kyle Odell. Second in class, Waverly Millard. Third in class, Dallas Headley. Fourth in class, Palin Miller. And fifth in class, Aubrey Brickley.
Hey guys, as we get this barrel show, market show started, just wanted to quickly remind you we got that Kootenai benefit. That thing's going to wrap up here at 4:30, 5 o'clock or something like that. If you didn't have a chance, go look at the items, write your name down on a couple of pieces of paper, help support that cause, and follow along on SC Online with the auction that we have going on. That also, reminder, tonight we are having that dance directly north of the Jacqueline building, straight north into that grass area with the raised podium. We're going to have a dance out there, barbecue provided. Hope you guys can all come join us and hang out for a little while. Just put down the competition for a little bit, but good luck to everybody there.
In the ring now, we have Class 4 of our prospect division, market hogs. This is your first call, Class 5, to come to the holding pens. Class 5 to the holding pens, prospect division. Thank you.
Again, good set of them out here in these top four, really competitive. Ultimately, I think the one that's just the most confident and fluid in his step is the young lady's belted bear out here in the center of the ring for us. We like how secure he is there out of his hip and his rear leg. Still a big-skulled, stout-featured kind of a bear that's got plenty of width and power to the top side of his skeleton in relation to it still being the best structurally. The young man's bear here right in front of me is one that I loved when he hit the ring. Just awesome in terms of his skull size and his feature, the most expressive at the top side of his skeleton. Where I get critical of this guy is he wants to go east and west there off his rear legs, pull his hock in and get outside of himself, but a really cool looking one that's expressive there at the top side of his skeleton. Love this gilt's look, and as we talked to there in the gilt show, one that is just so proportional and awesome there in her head carriage, still expressive. I just don't know if there's enough hog there at the base of her forerib, enough just sheer width to that one skeleton in a market setting to move her on up today. This guy coming at you is intimidating. A stout-skulled, big-chested one that's bold and broad there in his forerib and at the top side of his skeleton, big, stout-hipped one. Again, as we get in behind him, I think he's too far outside of himself, just too quick in terms of his step for me, but a nice kind of a bear there to end up in fourth today. Bringing out our fifth place gilt here, that Calico's one that's up-headed and good-looking there ahead of her blade. Plenty expressive for us. I need to fix her there in the set to her blade, and she needs to be strengthened there on her front feet to go ahead and move up for us today. Speckle-backed bear here is again one that's bold and to turn to his rib cage, has plenty of muscularity and width to him. I just think that bear is too frail in terms of his feature, not quite as out there in terms of his look as the hogs we talked about earlier. Could square that guy up on his rear leg as well. The Calico bear, again, same story. Practical, productive bear that's got an expressive shape and an even little better look to him than the one directly ahead of him. Again, just not quite enough hog there, too frail in terms of his jaw and his feature. A stouter skulled, heavier booted one here that comes in next that has an expressive shape, too narrow and flat. Need to modify that one skeleton off both ends to allow her to advance today. But again, congratulate them as they exit on a competitive set.
Congratulations to our Class 4 winner, class winner Jaden Stanford. Second place in Class 4, Kyle Odell. Third place goes to Dallas Headley. Fourth to Cruz Kohler. And fifth to Kira Ellison. Now entering the ring, we have our Class 5 of our Prospect Division Market Hog. Class 6, this is your first call. Class 6, this is your first call to head to the holding pens. Thank you.
Again, a nice class out here, and I think the one that wins does so in terms of just being the most complete. A bear that's square and comfortable there on his rear, too. I like that bear in terms of just his flex and comfort level the longer we drive him. Still a nice proportional kind of a hog that opens up with the right kind of width and shape there at the top side of his skeleton. Good in terms of his body type and base width. Just a real solid one to go ahead and use. Where we debated was between second and third, and I think it's close between the pair of gilts. Both of them have different structure tweaks I'd like to make. Ultimately, the one that's more our speed is the young man over here in the floral shirt. That's a taller fronted, neater looking one, set higher at the base of her tail, and yet still so creased up in terms of her back shape. Need to allow that one to loosen up in terms of her build, relax her in the set to her blade there, and just allow her to reach and grab ground in a different gear. The young man here that's going to be third is a stout skulled, heavy featured one. Like that one in terms of her width and her power up high. The longer she drives, I think her flatter feet become a problem, and at the same time she pushes that hock just ever so slightly, but a nice kind of a gilt in terms of shape and feature. Still got a proportional kind of a build to her. Young man's bear coming out here next. A meat and potatoes kind of a hog that's certainly a muscular power kind of a bear. Good in terms of his body type. Need to fix him on his rear leg, make him just a little neater looking there to go ahead and compete with the rest of them. Again, the calico hog coming next. One that's ripped up in terms of shape. That thing is massive behind its blade and so stout and powerful through her pin set. She just ain't good enough in terms of build. She's too straight in the set to her blade. Coarse in terms of her joint working outside of herself going away for us today. The off-belted bear coming next is a tall heads up one set high at the base of his tail. Just need more hug there in terms of sheer muscle and power to allow him to compete with those other ones ahead of him. As we come out here with another bear that just represents an easy feed and kind of a fat hog. Good in terms of his body type. Powerful, dimensional kind of a bear. Again, we need to tweak that one's skeleton, maybe pretty him up in terms of his look to allow him to compete with those ones on down the line. The black gilt here coming out next. One that's long and level in terms of her design, creased up in her shape. Again, fix that one skeletally, and again, maybe just power her up in terms of body type there to allow her to compete with those ones on up ahead of her. Winding out the class with a good shape, long, extended kind of a bear. Just need to fix that one skeletally, crack him open in terms of his body type, but a nice hog to wind out a competitive set.
Congratulations to our Class 5 winner, Spencer Bratton. Second place, Brody Casto. Third place, Tucker Mockridge. Fourth place, Jack Baser. And fifth place, Cade Wolf. Entering the ring now is our Class 6 Prospect Crossbred Market Hog. Class 7, this is your first call to come to the holding pens. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We will have our champion prospect division market hog. After following Class 6 that is in the ring now, we will need our first and second place prospect division winners to head back to the holding pen for your champion division. Thank you.
Really good class of them out here, and I think these top three in particular are incredibly good. Really, really high on the young ladies' barrow that wins, though. That is a big-legged, dense-made one. Watch him come at you, and I love the shape to his forerib and how he comes out of the backside of his blade. Really good-looking, proportional kind of a barrow, still inside of himself as we watch him go away. Nice kind of a hog there to go ahead and win. The gilt here coming in next pushes him because she's so tall-fronted and good-looking, yet I love that one's shape. Where she gets in second for me today, she's just not as fresh there in the roll to her body, not quite as good there in the center part of her rib as we talk about competing with that one there that goes ahead and wins, but a really high-quality individual in her own right. Loved this black barrel when he came out. That's a stout skull and a big forearm laid into one. Still really impressive in his back shape up high. The longer he goes, though, we get more critical of him. He wants to roll in on those front feet, not quite as just comfortable and confident in his step as those two that are going to precede him today, but a nice kind of a barrow. Like the good in this belted barrow here, and when he comes out and you ignore those front feet, you can start to like his body type, his muscle, and his power up high. Really big and comfortable rear leg laid into him. For us, he's too flat on those front wheels, just not quite as out there in terms of his look because of it, but a really nice practical made kind of a barrow there. Coming out next is just a meat and potatoes kind of a hog. Good in his shape, raw in terms of power. Still a tall-fronted one that's got a neat look ahead of his blade. He's too frail in terms of feature. A nickel straight for us off either end of his skeleton, but a nice kind of a barrow there. Again, one coming out next that is stouter and heavier featured. Like that one's density to his skeleton, how he is there in the center part of his body and his shape he's got up high. He's too east and west off his hind legs. Needs to be smoother in his transition from his full rib through his blade and his neck there, but a really nice kind of a barrow that's good-bodied, heavy-muscled, and dense featured. Coming out another one, a shaggy-haired kind of a hog that comes in and has a nice body type, plenty of power laid into that guy. Just one that's too plain in terms of his look, doesn't have the extras there to go ahead and compete with the ones ahead of him, but a nice kind of a barrow to end up where he is today. The speckle-backed one coming next is one that we like in terms of shape and length to the front of his skeleton. He gets too far outside of himself going away. Not the extras are the ones we talk at the top end of this particular set. Really fresh shaped gilt or barrow coming out here next. It's creased up high, really powerful and dimensional through his hip and his stifle. Just again, one that's too flat in his body type, shallow in his rib cage and not as out there in his look. But again, really nice set of them. Commend those exhibitors on bringing some high quality stuff to us today.
Congratulations in our Class 6. Winner is Palin Miller. Second place, Kyle Odell. Third, Jenna Meisness. Fourth, Avery Layton. Fifth, Jocelyn Magary. Congratulations. We will now roll into our champion prospect division crossbred market hog. We will place this through fifth place. All first and second places in class 3, 4, 5, and 6, please be in the holding pens for our champion drive. Thank you. Class 7, progress. This is your first call. Class 7, first call.
Again, really good set of them. Been really competitive in this first division of crossbreds here. We won't make you wait or put any flowers on it. Young lady out of the last class is going to be your champion. We really liked that pair of them and just think they represent a lot of quality. We're going to go ahead and keep them together. Get off the mic, and then we'll select your rest of your top 5.
Congratulations to our champion crossbred market hog prospect division, Palin Miller. Reserve champion, Kyle Odell. Third overall, Kyle Odell. Fourth overall, Jaden Staniford. And fifth overall, Kyle Odell. Congratulations to all our prospect division crossbred market hog winners.
Okay, is Lane showing sheep?
In our market hog ring now, we have Class 7 Progress Division crossbred market hog. Class 7 is entering the ring. Class 8, this is your first call. Class 8, this is your first call. Thank you.
Again, we get out here, and I think, I know we pinned two of them, but there was one of them that I think just sticks out, comes in, dominates this class, pound per pound. That's a wide, big-chested one, awesome in his barrel, big up high and wild looking. Like that one a little bit. Just to make him a little bit neater, we could pick him up on his front feet, but getting critical on an extremely high-quality hog. Awesome job of driving that one, young lady. The one in second, one that I think still represents a really high-quality animal, tall-fronted, good-looking and big-legged, yet I like that one in terms of his shape. We need to fix him in the rear third of his skeleton to allow him to walk in the shadow of the one directly ahead of him. He's too raw there in his ham loin, just a nickel slow in his gait there out of his rear too, and just a nickel too straight and upright, but still a really high-quality one. I like the structure in this guy here with the target belt, really good, and hinges loose off his hip and his rear leg. Stout skulled one that's still got plenty of muscle for me. Like his height the blade, and just look up front, a nickel better than the one that we're going to leave in third today, or in fourth today. Nice kind of a hog to wind out a competitive setup top. Bear that comes in fourth is one that's still big, stout, and powerful. Like that one's rib cage and his mass up high. Just need to fix him in the way he hooks up there and his neck attachment. Not quite neat enough in the front third of his skeleton to compete with those ones directly ahead of him. The off-belted bear that comes out in fifth is one that's cool and neat looking up front, wild in his back shape. Just need to fix him there in the center part of his body, crack him open in his forerib and make him just reach and flex just a little bit better to compete with those ones on ahead of him. As we bring out the next one here, I think, again, one we can appreciate in just terms of the basics of a muscular, good feeding kind of a bear. It's good in his body type. We just want to fix him in his rear leg to allow him to compete with those ones directly ahead of him again, but one that still represents a practical, good feeding kind. Like this bear's look up front, tall-fronted, good-necked one that's still fresh in his back shape, good out through his hip and his stifle. Just maybe one that's a nickel too round out of his hip, a little quicker there in his step and frail in his feature, but a nice kind of a hog that's got some quality to him. I think there's some bright days ahead of this guy here coming out. Love his basic build and his feature. A stout skulled, good looking one. It's this view right here. There's just not enough in the seat of his pants to allow him to go ahead and move up today. As we come out with one that does have more muscle and power, the young man in the floral shirt has a big, broad, opened up one that's stout skulled. Needs to move better off either end of his skeleton for us, but a nice, heavy muscled kind of a bear there. As the young man in the green comes out, I think one that's stout skulled and up-headed, good kind of a shape up high, just too narrow and still needs to be fixed skeletally for us, but a nice kind of a gilt there. As we wind out our class today, I think one that, again, good shaped, stout and powerful, too round for us, a little too flat there on a frailer feature, but a nice kind of a bear there.
Congratulations in Class 7. Our class winner is Quiana Kandal. Second place, Jaron Knopp. Third place, Jenna Meisnes. Fourth place, Abby Wilkinson. And fifth place, Kaylee Eider. Congratulations. We now have coming into the ring Class 8 of our Progress Division Market Hog. Class 9, this is your first call. Class 9, this is your first call. And once again, I want to remind everyone that there is a barbecue and dance tonight that our sponsors have put on for us, so please attend. And also one more item, that we have a raffle. Please go over and sign up for the actually silent auction, not a raffle. Thank you.
good set of them out here, and I think it's a little more challenging to sort, particularly at the top end of this deal. The young lady's out here, and I think he's on the edge on his hind leg, but if you call him good enough there, I think one that's really proportional in his look, awesome in terms of his bone work, still opened up and yet powerful in terms of his shape up high and just mass he's got to the center portion of his skeleton. Nice kind of a bear there. The target belted gilt that we opted to go in second with is a little fresher in terms of her shape than the remaining trio. That's what we like about her, is that fresh shape out of the backside of her blade, the width she's got through her hip and her stifle. Still one that's stout-skulled and heavy-duty. I just wish we could square her up going away and allow her to flex and reach with some more comfort. Again, we run into third here with a young man. He's got a really stout-featured one. Love the density of that one. Skeleton, hind legs really, really nice, and yet still fresh in her back shape. I just think she's a nickel too short and compact for the rest of them out here. Too straight in a set to her blade, but a nice kind of a gilt there that's certainly got some breeding value as a female in the future there. Young man coming in fourth is one that's hard for me because I love pieces of this bear. He is big-footed and stout-featured. That one is gnarly boned, and I like it. And yet still he's one that's got a good look to him. I just think he's too flattened in terms of his wheels there. Needs to be stronger on his pasturing and squared up going away, but a nice kind of a bear with some wild, wild pieces to look at. The target belted bear coming out here and next is one that we really like from a muscle and a shape standpoint. A meat and potatoes kind of a bear that is more flexible off his rear skeleton than those two that directly precede him. Ultimately, he's just too plain for us and a little flat there on his front feet. Just not quite as out there as a couple of those that precede him today. Coming out here at the narrow belted bear, one that I love the front third of this one, skeleton, tall fronted and good looking, still really ditched up in his back shape. Need to fix that one in terms of his rear wheels and square him up going away, and need to bulk him up there through the center portion of his body just a little bit. Young man does a nice job driving a good bear though. Coming out in next is another competitive kind of a bear that's just a meat and potatoes hog. He's bold bodied, he's got muscle, he's got shape. Gets a little too plain for me. Goes east and west there on his hind legs. As we wind down in this particular set, young man brings us a tall fronted, good looking one that's creased up in her back shape. Not enough hog there. Again, a little too flat on those front feet. Again, winding out a competitive set with a bear that's good bodied, plenty functional, not enough muscle, not enough shape there to truly compete with those ahead of him. Congratulations to those exhibitors though on showing a really competitive class.
Class 8, our class winner was Avery Layton. Second place, Carson Ostrander. Third place, Tucker Wolf. Fourth place, Hagen Tippett. And fifth place, J.C. Wilkinson. We now have class 9 of our Progress Division Market Hog entering the ring. Class 10, this is your first call. Thank you. We're looking for Kendall Tetrick for Class 10 at the holding pens. Right now, we are in Class 9. Class 10, you should be in the holding pens ready to go. Thank you.
Really competitive set of them, and I think it's close on these top three. We just felt the most confident and comfortable with the Berkshire marked barrel. Go ahead and using him to win. Like that barrel's proportionality here from the side. Height to length is just right in my opinion. And I like that barrel's stoutness, his skull and feature. Bold in the center portion of his skeleton. Like that barrel's shape out of the backside of his blade a good deal. If we're going to get critical of him, I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip and just allow him to push that rear leg behind his skeleton there just a little bit better. But I think one that's really, really cool looking, has a ton of shape and feature underneath of him. Like the young lady's calico gilt here, just really basic and good in terms of her build and design. Skeletal quality is really nice, and yet still like that one's shape and expression. A bold caged one that's still plenty good in terms of design and look. Maybe not as just freaked out in the front third of her skeleton. Again, could lengthen that one out of her hip just a little bit, but a nice kind of a gilt there to end up in second. Really neat pieces in the belted gilt that's third. Really cool skull and jaw, and yet still like that one's just shaped there down her back and out through her hip and her stifle. For me, she's a nickel too straight in her blade and narrow in her chest, and we get a little east and west there on our rear legs, but a nice gilt there to end up in third in a competitive trio. Big time pieces in this guy coming out next. One that's got a bright future. Really good in his rear leg structure. Like that guy's just flexibility and comfort level. Look from the sides on point with big feature underneath. Not enough muscle in that guy to compete today, but a nice barrow for the future for that young lady. Basic meat and potatoes hog coming out next in the young man's calico barrow. Really good in terms of his body type. Muscular and shapely hog. Little too straight there on his rear leg. Just nickel plain in terms of his look for us compared to those ones ahead of him. As we bring out a nice belted barrow here, I think one that's really shapely and expressive. Hinges plenty loose. A nickel east and west on his hind legs. Not quite as freaked out in terms of his look or feature comparatively to those few ahead of him. Another one that's creased up and ditched down his back. Good kind of a look through his front third. Too straight there on his hind leg and gets a little frail for us today, but a nice barrow to end up down the line today. A big featured one coming out next that's stout skulled and heavy featured. Like that barrow in terms of just some width, the base and skeleton. For us, he's too round out of his hip. Wants to push his hock outside of his framework for us. Gilt that comes out with a lot of meat animal shape and carcass merit. Stout skulled, big featured one. Just isn't good enough in terms of build for us, but a nice kind of a gilt. Wind out with one that is more flexible and neater ahead of her blade. Just not enough hog there in the end, but again, really competitive set. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 9. Our class winner is Quiana Kandal. And second place, Palin Miller. Third place, Palin Miller. Fourth place, Abby Wilkinson. Fifth place, Dean Botham. We now have coming into the ring Class 10 of our Progress Division Market Hog. Class 11, this is your first call. Following Class 11, we will have our Champion Progress Division Market Hog final drive. And then following that, we will have our overall Supreme Champion Market Hog. Thank you.
Another competitive set as we wind down our crossbred barra show. I think the black barra handles this class with a level of ease and comfort. A sound structured, big-legged one that's still bold in his cage, like that barra shaped by the backside of his blade and offers plenty of width through his hip and his stifle. Still a proportional, good-looking kind of a barra. Could pick him up on his front feet ever so slightly. That's where I like the blue-eyed barra coming in next. That's the better-looking one of the pair that's taller fronted, neater ahead of his blade, like his back shape. There's just not enough hog there to compete with that one directly ahead of him. He's too flat in his forerib and comes in there at his hock ever so slightly, but a good-looking one that's certainly got some cool pieces about him. Young lady's barra in third. That's a meat hog there. He's opened up, bold in the center portion of his skeleton, like his shape out of his back, down his back there and through his hip and his stifle. He's just too bow-legged for us and not good enough in terms of his build, but a nice job by that young lady right there. As we come down here into the back, into the socked barra coming in next, a barra again that's got muscle and shape, got a nice look there to his blade, just need to fix him skeletally like the one ahead of him. He's too weak pastured, pushes his hock too far outside of himself there as well. Barra that winds out this class again, fundamentally correct market hog, that's good in terms of his base width, body type is in check and yet still a wide, powerful made kind of a barra, just one that we need to intensify in terms of feature, fix him in terms of his build a little bit. The young man's done a nice job showing to us all day long. Congratulations to them.
Allie. Allie. Allie.
In the ring now, we should have, in the holding pens, we should have Class 11. Following Class 11, we will have our Champion Progress Division Crossbred Market Hog class. We will need first and second place from Class 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. First and second place from classes 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Please report to the holding pen. And our first place in class 10 was Adeline Kenzie. Second place, McKenna Knott. Third place, Cade Wolf. Fourth place, Adeline Kenzie. And fifth place, Brody Casto. If you are in class 11 of the Progress Market Hogs, we need you at the holding pen.
Really nice set of them to wind down here on our hog ring, and I think it's certainly competitive, all 5 deep, but I'm very comfortable with the one we're going to land on, the young lady's belted bar out here in the center of the ring. Just a no holes, good kind of a feeding hog that's good bodied, muscular down his top and out through his hip, still got a nice look ahead of his blade. We could intensify him in terms of his feature just a little bit, and that's where we like the young man's bar here in second. That's a heads up, tall fronted, good looking one that's still really bold and good good there in the turn to his rib. Big shaped up high and big feature down low. He's too east and west on his hind legs for us, but a nice kind of a bear there to end up in second. The young lady here that's going to be in the third hole in the floral shirt has a gilt that has big time pieces. Good ahead of her blade, big shape up high, and yet still I think that one's still plenty good in terms of her reach and her flex. Again, she's just too far outside of herself there on those rear two. Wants to narrow up to the base of her chest. The target butted one over here is going to be in fourth today. Again, a broad one that's still bold in her cage there, and yet still got plenty of shape up high. Just a little too plain in her look. Gets a little short step in there going away. Same thing can be said about the young man's blanket run bear there. That's yet still one that's got some proportionality and some length to him there from the side. Like that one, and just in terms of his product, he's got to him too straight for us. Just a nickel plain in terms of his shape, but a nice bear to wind out a competitive set. Young man's done a good job all day.
That was our Class 11 Progress Division Market Hog. First place, Claire Kelly. Second place, Claire Kelly. Third place, Claire Kelly. Fourth place, Sam Spraker. Fifth place, Tucker Wolf. Congratulations. We need first and second place from classes 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 for our champion progress drive. The champion class, we need first and second place from classes 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Following our champion progress drive, we will have our overall champion crossbred market hog drive, and we will need our Kootenai bred champion and grand champion. We will need our AOB champion and grand champion, and we will need our champion and grand champion from our prospect and progress, actually through fifth place for progress and prospect. Thank you.
just as competitive here in our big division, and I think all these exhibitors should be commended for bringing some highly presented, ultra competitive bars to us today. I really appreciate that fact, and you guys have kept it coming all day long. I think it comes close out here, and there's a few of them we could go between, but there's one just comes in, and I think just just affirms what we thought there in class. The one that's just big time good in terms of his look. One small hole in that hog, but he's not going to get held up today. The first class is going to be your champion in division. We think it gets closer for reserve, particularly between the two black bears out here, and it's just different preferences and kinds. One's a little bit broader, a little stouter, and a little chunkier bodied. The other bear there is just a little neater looking. For us today, we're going to use the black bear there to go ahead and win, and the Berkshire Appearing bear to go ahead and be third overall. Congratulations to those two. We'll get off the mic and just start picking them from then on out. But again, really competitive group. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion progress crossbred market hog, Quiana Kundal. Reserve champion, Adeline Kinsey. Our third overall market hog, Quiana Kundal. Fourth overall, Palin Miller. And fifth overall market hog, Claire Kelly. We will now go into our supreme champion market hog. We need our Kootenai bred, Grand in Reserve, our AOB, Grand in Reserve, and first through fifth place for our Prospect Market Hog, and first through fifth place for our Progress Market Hog. Please come to the holding pens.
Well, it's been really fun out here sorting today, and you guys can shut them down for just a second. I won't talk too long, but no need to wear them out anymore. I think ultimately it comes down between a couple of them, and it's been a really good show all day. I commend you breeders and you guys that brought them to us. Extremely high quality stuff all day long, and certainly we had our disagreements, but it's been really fun out here sorting with my dad. Haven't been able to sort one with him before. I've had a couple with mom before that have been able to do, but timing just has never worked out to where we've been able to do one together, and certainly really enjoyed it, especially sorting with the guy that taught me a lot about pigs growing up and how to raise them and farrow them, and certainly really enjoyed that. I've been out of it since I went to college, but getting to judge these things really gets me excited again, and I've always loved the hog ring and being a part of it. So thank you guys for having me, and just to give a quick few words, that deal you guys did last night there at the sale, and the stuff you guys have done over the last couple days, I'll say I've been extremely impressed by how well run this show has been and how much time and effort that the guys managing this deal have put into it. They've certainly done an outstanding job, and just want to thank them for having us out here today. Can't say enough about the quality of kids you guys have brought to us today. I think that they are even better than the livestock, and so that's what this is all about. That's the product of the show industry, and so again, commend you guys for that. Again, I'll let Dad talk here for just a second before we go and pick them, but I think we're going to pick 5 real good ones. So again, congratulations, guys. Excited to go get you a top 5. Thanks for having us.
Well, it's been really fun for me to get to work with Eric. Like you said, I've not had the chance to do it. We've always had other things I had to be home doing, and Sue and him could get away to go do one, and Lizzie and Sue got to do one a weekend or two ago. So it's really nice for me. It really, I've stepped back to not talk a lot today because I've enjoyed listening to him get out here and talk. Because about 20 years ago, this week or next week was the first time he drove a hog through the show ring at Team Purebred. Got a great picture of him, and we like to sit there and look at that at night when we get back from a show. Sorry. Pig business has been a lot to me over my years. It started my kids, and we've loved it. You know, we all get captivated and think it's about the pigs and stuff, and it's so much about the kids and the people we get to meet and go out and do this with. I had a good friend I got to know when we were still showing hogs real heavy and being real competitive. He had lost a son to cancer when I was a youngster, and his son was younger than me. And we traveled a little together and got to know him. And we were sitting up at National Barrow Show one evening out for supper, a good group of friends. And he said he's just started coming back and showing. And he was like, you know, guys, this is what it's really all about for us, is to come up and be able to be with our friends and get to spend that time. And everything they'd been through, they still loved that. And that's what they lived for, was to be able to come out. When we're all competitive, we all wanted to win. But that meant so much to me and what he said in that night. So please go back and thank your families for doing this with you. It's a great time. It's expensive to do. Everybody puts the best they can into it. Go out and get out of your comfort zone. Do these different contests and events too at these other activities. Those are great things. The guys that have ran the show have been top notch. It's been a great show, good experience for us. We've really enjoyed it. I look forward to coming back Sunday and doing the cattle show with Eric again too. Happy Father's Day to everybody, and we'll go ahead and we'll get our champions picked here.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion Market Hog, Palin Miller. Our Reserve Champion Market Hog, Quiana Kandal. Our 3rd overall Market Hog, Kyle Odell. 4th overall Market Hog, Adeline Kinsey. And our 5th overall Market Hog, Kyle Odell. Thank you for today, and we will see you tomorrow.